iko dry, hakuna kitu. Labda nisonge kwa mto. Nitapoteza gari.
How many minutes? Out? So twende. Alan. Wacha twende kwa river.
Acha niambie kutoka swali yako. Nani? Wanatumia kitu yetu. So kujaribu kupata
jump from the hook.
Oh, the
Then
hook
they
jump.
fly down. Yeah.
And thank you for staying with us on our special broadcast coming to you live from the Maasai Mara National Reserve. Those were live images you were getting of various flora and fauna of renowned national reserves or game parks, the Maasai Mara National Reserve. It's been an honor having you with us. We're welcoming you to the final lap of this journey. My name is Penina Karibe.
And I am Maasai Mara National Reserve in Narok County. But before I go any further, allow me to just appreciate the Narok County government for collaborating with us to ensure that this live stream comes to you from whatever part of the world living board conservation. We want to look at the partnerships and collaborations between Kenya and other partners from the international scene, with particular focus on partnerships between Kenya and China. We're going to have a very broad guest this topic, understanding of what it takes for Kenya to actually manage to run this park, to conserve wildlife, and to ensure that these kind of natural resources continue for generations. Covering every bit of it, and see something new. You every time that you come here, you will see something new as well, and it's something that's very refreshing. For those who do not know, this Maasai Mara National Reserve hosts more than 100 different species and birds. We have different experiences since we came here, every person having a different kind of experience, and every other person here in the crew by CGTN Africa just enjoying different aspects between we have lined up to.
From the Kenya Tourism Board, because I'll be hosting the CEO, and I know there's been various initiatives that have been defined by the two sides, Kenya and China, that is very easier for Chinese tourists to come to Kenya. And you know how sometimes travel can just be full of bureaucracy. So this is an attempt to get rid of that red tape and make it easy for them to come here, which I think is a great governments have made thriving. The thing for me that stands out is the agreements that were made in 2021 during the forum on China-Africa cooperation that was held back in Dakar, that's in Senegal. Not just for Kenya, but for Africa. So such conversations I'm looking forward to as we get to understand why we're even here in the first place. I mean, we're opening up the Mara to billions of people. My is that actually enables you to make them experience what you're experiencing. I like to say that they experience the world through our eyes. And that's exactly what we've been doing here during this special broadcast from the Maasai Mara. Jerry, what about you?
Indeed, indeed. I'm actually I don't exist between the Kenya Wildlife Service and other partners, including from China. And this is what enables Kenya to be able to get benefits, or rather succeed in the field of animal conservation and wildlife protection. And I'm also finding to Kenya itself. Yes.
Right.
And China itself has also had a very rich history of just protecting endangered species and just repopulating them. For instance, I would take the panda off the top of my head.
Very unique to China.
Very had these just to get to see these very unique animals. And in Kenya here, with the endangered species like the rhinos, I would imagine they have a lot to learn from countries like China that have succeeded in, repopulating such endangered species. Conservation service that sure that for the future generations that are coming beyond the current, they're also going to be able to enjoy the kind of wildlife that we have right now, and we will continue having. And of course, also just going to be asking him again just how much the KWS hopes to achieve in terms of the ones that we and a little about now the role as the ones who market Kenya, and as such that the ones who market this very big treasure that Kenya has here in Narok County.
Right. But I think for me, the Maasai Mara is a very unique place. And of good to find county government. So it's one of the few, I think the only one, if I'm not sure, I need to counter check those facts, but it's really one of the greatest parks that we know are not owned by national government, and it's run by the county. But then the Kenya Wildlife Service and hosting the Director General Wildlife Service. Again, happening between the three entities, Tanzania, the national government of Kenya, and the county government of Narok. And I think for me, this is a very good example of how much people can achieve when they work together, which again brings and other smaller industry players, how they all can work together to ensure that this national treasure, the heritage that each of these countries possess, is actually taken care of, and even generations to come can understand the value of this heritage, Jerry.
Exactly. And as which is at the same 2024 is happening. This is the time where wildebeest, zebras, and other impalas migrate all the way from the Serengeti National Park in Tanzania to Kenya's Maasai Mara National Reserve, and they spend just about 3 months here from July all the way to October. Sticks and follow that are changing. Just following the rainfall patterns. And of course, one thing that I have also learned in my stay here, Penina, is that whenever this migration continues, because it's a full year cycle, both authorities from Tanzania and Kenya do have an understanding of expect we have a lot to do in terms of preparing for the animals to be here, and also just to ensure their safety, to ensure that the animals continue migrating in the natural paths that they do have in their minds. For instance, once every while you will see them pasture that great migration that has been here for years, for decades and decades. And these collaborations are some of the things that really have to bring to the fore, of course, in our later interviews that you're going to have in this very live broadcast. She's bring all this to the for my put the director to task on some of the behavior that I have seen here. Very interesting behavior. If I might just mention something light. The guides here are very interesting in the way they operate. For instance, will I don't know where that comes from, but they say it's because of the big mane. So it's something
Right.
that, you know, the
Yeah.
head stands out. So they
Yeah.
look for kichwa, and they have different names for the animals. I just want to know if probably it's something that the KWS might also want to get in and just, you know, continue preserving.
Some admire to identify animals
Yes.
are. It just adds to the beautiful, you know, aspects of the Maasai Mara. One more thing, Jerry, I noticed. Remember how we keep saying you just never know what you're going to find in the Mara? It
That is
keeps
true.
springing surprises on you. The Give me 1 minute. I need to go and look because I mean, it's something that I think for me, I mean, I'm not an expert, but you hardly see this kind of thing, you know. But it's one of those surprises that nature throws at you, and it just here. But also interesting. Here and the river is filling up slowly.
Yes.
The reason why the guides exist, the reason why the rangers of the Maasai Mara, you'll find them patrolling, is that these are the people who then give you the alert. This is the one of them want to go back, they will find a different kind of, you know, landscape
Yes,
or waterscape, if I were to call it so, because the river also is changing
Yes.
as the weather changes.
Yes.
Yeah, it's really dynamic.
Yes, that's a fact. And of course, we're just going conversation. And also be guided in the best way possible. For instance, if an animal is in distress somewhere, it is very easy to find the guides, then communicating that same information to the rangers that are in the park, you know, just to alert them so that everything runs smoothly. They are able to arrive there on time. To, be today. And in board CEO, and I'm going to be sitting down with the Kenya Wildlife Service Director General. We expect to have them here in a few, but before we get there, we just also want to just throw this back to our colleagues in Beijing, because you have met her before.
Yes.
You do know she's going to be giving us very, very insightful conversations in the sit down that you're going to have. But what is that one thing that you want to find out from her very quickly before we shut down?
Magical Kenya. That's what I know. And
but for now, we just want to toss you over to our colleagues in Beijing, where you're going to be continuing to get some insightful conversations with our colleagues there in Beijing, of course, and also enjoy of our colleagues.
Hi everybody, welcome back to our live stream. This is the Beijing studio coming to you live. I'm Myrna. Welcome back again. Each year from July to September, Kenya's Maasai Mara hosts one has brought viewers also left so many comments asking so many questions and really showed us how much they enjoyed seeing the wildlife in action. So today, once again, I'm joined by a lovely friend with me here in the studio. Hello again. Had lovely guests with us. They've so many different perspectives. Tell me your perspective. How does it feel like to sit with two people? I mean how you guys interacted. Like never met before, but you had so much in common and so like. Has done so much. But also, I know this point and I know that point, and adding and reducing to the info. So I thought that was really beautiful. And I'm so happy that I got to join in with you guys about like the topics of wildlife conservation and ecological protection. And like, chilling. It looked like they were sleeping very, very soundly in daytime, and that's because you told me that they're awake at night, right? So that was a new info for me. I got to learn a lot, and the elephants were absolutely one of my favorites.
That this is just, I mean, like more than 95% of ever lived animals on Earth have gone extinct.
Really?
That means the diversity we see today is less than 5% animals. Distinction that is our duty to protect this diversity, the little we are remaining with.
Absolutely. And as you've seen, guys, in the past 2 days, our professor and our lovely friend from our first episode from the WWF all shared different, efforts. We've that each country and each government has been doing, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely. All right, so to kick off our conversation today, China and Tanzania are marking the 60th anniversary of bilateral relations, aren't they? So it's been really... We highlight right now who is from Tanzania. In the Sino-African cooperation. And for example, in terms of wildlife conservation and environmental protection, are there any aspects that you can share with us?
Okay, thank you. So with the diplomatic relations between Tanzania and China, this is the late Julius philosophical ideas with China would be a reason why they became friends. So since then, there have been a lot of associations and collaborations in different projects and aspects. And today, as we mark 60 years of this collaboration, a lot have been done. Tanzania. And some other countries in the East. So China played an important role in stopping this business, and that has led to the increase of the elephant populations in Africa. Song from WWF stop very China offered 50 vehicles to help in patrol,
Wow.
wildlife patrol. So rangers were given, mostly conservation organizations were given vehicles to support them.
Friendship has started even back in the 60s, right? China. It has been phenomenal, and I love all the projects you've shared. So from back in the day, back in the 60s until now, it's been many, many years with this. Northeastern Forestry University, which is actually Tobias's school. So Nathan, our question to you is, in terms of these large-scale infrastructure projects, how have they affected
is about roads, about the construction of new roads and the upgrading of existing roads, which of course have certain benefits. They have social benefits and economic benefits. And it's now been but we've also lost the ecological function, the ecological service value of soil and plants. But what we've also done at the same time is we've dissected that landscape in are able to move. Well, we put them at risk. Which is not just a risk to wildlife, but if some of these animals are quite large, if we remember, maybe large deer, of course a road traffic collision involving these animals drive and the rules and regulations which can balance these various aspects. And by working together as conservation scientists, as engineers, wildlife departments, corridors to better connect these fragments. And so by doing this, we're able to achieve the wildlife goals as well as the infrastructure goals. But ultimately, it's not just about the practical and the physical. Wildlife, and it could be local community engagement, and it can also be the patrolling and law enforcement to make sure that wildlife and habitats around the infrastructure projects maintain and
and a lot of new information that I'm sure if you have more questions, please do leave comments. Hashtag Great Migration 2024 and let us know everything you're thinking. So before we tune in, I would love to actually go to our comment section because some of our lovely viewers have left us some comments. We visit there very soon. What an amazing place to be.
That's great.
Isn't it?
It is.
Same as us, we really wish to visit it soon as well. But since we've listened to such good content and information given by Nathan, I'd love to
With development, especially those that aid in creating connectivity between places. This started so long because in 1970s, China financed, provided an interest-free loan to Tanzania to construct we know projects, some are related to energy production and some other infrastructures that has really been useful and helpful, not just in conservation but also improving the livelihood of Tanzanians. So as Nathan said earlier, projects.
Yes.
So is a call for conservationists, but also the government authorities to conduct environmental impact assessments and measure in, because are useful to both humans but also how will these projects negatively to protect them? How well can we construct these infrastructures and some other facilities so that we don't stop the possibility of the human and communities get advantages out of these projects?
We are back to
Yes.
wildebeest. They really travel in big packs. I saw a, hold on, I think I'm getting a comment which said in terms of wildebeest, oh, we're getting a question. So in terms of wildebeest, how can we make sure
Actually have another that don't migrate. So it is common that it's not all wildebeest will live with the migration. Yeah, we also have wildebeest in other protected areas that do not really migrate like these ones in the Serengeti Mara ecosystem, and this is what makes this unique.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you're absolutely right. Wow. It's always beautiful as we are staying with our live stream team right now. We can see that we are catching a glimpse of all different animals, right?
Yeah.
I would love it to see, like, I feel like a lot of animals I didn't expect. Like we hear about the Great Migration, we have the zebras, we have the wildebeest, but then again, in terms of hippos and crocodiles, we also saw them, right?
Yeah.
All right, so I'd love to take the chat back to what you said earlier and back to what our professor said earlier, which is trying to balance the infrastructure with the local, how do I say, natural heritage of a country. So I'd love to address this question to you, which is how can we balance infrastructure and conserve the environment in the same time, specifically in terms of the natural heritage?
Okay. So you see, for example, I'll take a case, Tanzania as a case study. I think also Kenya. You've seen the roads,
Yes.
the tourist roads, and these roads are also used for patrols. Yeah. So in protected areas, we don't build tarmac roads. You see, like, you see this road here?
Yes.
So this one has less impact in like, it doesn't, we need to make sure that these roads do not block these migratory routes. So suppose this, if these infrastructures, okay, suppose the road were to be built like tarmac roads, yeah? When you build tarmac roads, it's obvious that cars are going to move in a very high speed. Nathan talked of road kills.
Right.
Yeah, and we have areas in Tanzania that are outside protected areas, but sometimes animals use these areas, and it is very common that we find road kills, animals like hit by cars. So in protected areas in Tanzania, we don't use tarmac roads, and this ensures safety animals. Then the other also like, about, I mean, ecological considerations. You know, in our protected areas, we also have accommodation facilities. So accommodation facilities are built in such a way they mimic the ecosystem so that they don't bring some like visual pollution to distract animals. So they'll be roofed with green depending on where they are placed. Some have been built using stones that mimic the ecosystem.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so all this is some sort of having some environmental or ecological consideration while also maximizing the possibility of earning. So we have considered first we've done economical considerations, that it's necessary that these visitors stay in the protected areas because some tourists will stay 7-8 days in the protected area, so they need a place to stay.
Right.
And you know, a place like Serengeti is very huge. You can, like, a tourist cannot come to see animals, then go to sleep outside, then tomorrow they come again. So they need to be in the protected area for a number of days, which is of course advantageous for like revenue, yeah? So we consider all these as advantages, and because we need to balance this, we need to, like, conservation has to bring money,
Right.
but in a more friendly way. So actually infrastructures and facilities that are constructed in our protected areas, by the way, before the construction, there is an environmental impact assessment that is done, of which we are going to identify what areas are suitable for placement of these infrastructures. There could be some facilities, tourism facilities, there could be roads, there could be other like management buildings for like for management purposes. So is this place suitable for accommodation facility? Is it like, will it be user friendly? But won't this construction affect, is it not in the migratory route for the wildebeest or for other animals? Yeah. So that has been done in the country. Yeah.
Phenomenal. As you are mentioning it, a question did pop, which is saying, how do the migrating herds navigate obstacles like human settlements or infrastructure? And as Tobias told us, before they actually build this infrastructure, there is an environmentally friendly assessment.
Environmental impact assessment.
Environmental impact assessment. Oh, I see that. Environmental impact assessment to make sure that this infrastructure or anything, building being built, does not, how do I say, intersect with the road. That
with the migratory route. But also, you see, in Tanzania, contrary to some other places, where like in conservatives, where like people own it and sometimes there are communities inside the protected area. Now in Tanzania, for example, in national parks, people do not live within the national. So this area is typically protected, and the only interaction that is available in the protected area are tourists, rangers, and the like, the management. And so communities are outside. Although, because I said yesterday that protected areas are not really sufficient to accommodate this, yeah? There are variations.
Right.
Maybe we identified a potential area to be part of the migratory route, but sometimes they might extend a bit to go to a community land, so things happen. So with, like, when communities build in areas that would be necessary for the animals, probably they'll change their routes. Perhaps this migratory route is not constant. It changes depending on the distribution of resources, range. So there have been variations every year. Yeah.
I see. I see. Oh, I think our lovely viewers are loving all the answers given by Tobias right now. So we do have one more question that says, how do young animals cope with long journeys? We've seen earlier with the buffaloes, I saw a baby buffalo going with them, right? So how do young animals cope with these like long journeys?
Okay, so we talked earlier of the advantage that animals have by being together, like avoiding predation, and like there are others like availability of mates. Yeah, you don't need to go searching so much because the mate is around. There are other survival strategies that are specific to each animal. I'll take the wildebeest as an example. So wildebeest, their life is constantly in movement for the Serengeti Mara ecosystem. They are constantly moving. So their calves are what is biologically called precocial.
Precocial.
Yeah, so we have precocial and altricial animals. Altricial is like, you see dogs, like, or cats, when they're born, they need a very long time, of which they will be inactive. Yeah? But we have some other animals that are precocial. So a wildebeest calf will be born, and within 24 hours, it can walk, and probably it can keep up with the migration with the mother. Within like few hours, it can run with the mother. So that has been an important adaptation that the calves, of course, for example, of the wildebeest, have like evolved to cope with to go with the flock.
Really?
Because the parents are always moving. So you need to keep up. So that's how nature has, you see, evolution has trained. Whatever animal you see today, it has adaptations that made them survive. So as lazy as you could see either of them, it means they survived. It means they are strong. So whatever is happening in nature is a balance between possible threats and the survival strategy that each species have. So that is just a good example. We have examples like lions.
Yeah.
Lions do not migrate because their cubs will need like some days to be active. So you can't move with the migration. You need to stay like in a territory. You have all the resources you need.
I see.
Then you can't move because you need to take care of the cubs. Yeah. So that has been an important adaptation. We have adaptations that vary across different species.
I love
so
that.
That's just one example with wildebeest.
That was a really good example. Wow, I did not even know that like baby wildebeest the calves can directly in 24 hours.
Yeah, within 24 hours, they'll be
24
walking and running, and
So
few
like-
hours actually.
So like a lot of, let's say the baby wildebeest, the calves that we are seeing running with the parents, they might have been born during the migration?
Obvious, that was in February, January, February, based on the timeline. So you see, the calves could be around 7, 8 months, you see.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
what we saw, because we've seen a whole group of them going, and then we've seen tiny ones with like their little legs running
and
along
you see,
with
they
them.
are not like they are 1 month old.
1 month old.
They are not 1 month
They're
old.
not, they're a bit
I said,
older.
the day before yesterday, I gave the timeline, and I said the peak for calving is in February.
February.
So at this point in time, it's August.
6 months,
a
7
calf will be
months.
6 months, 7 months.
That's
Yeah.
so cool. Yeah, but you mentioned such a good point, which is the animals that we're seeing right now, no matter if you see them laying down or even like the hippos, they were like sleeping, these are all survival methods that made them not extinct over the years and stay
we
with
have
us.
answers. Some of them are theories. For example, you see the zebra. You see it have stripes.
Oh, look at 2 zebras beautifully shown on our screen right now.
Striped, black
Yeah,
and
the
white.
striped, Yeah.
There could be some explanations of why did they evolve to have stripes, because you see wildebeest do not have stripes.
True.
There are theories like this is very important in anti-predatory strategies. So when there is a group, this is just a theory, when there is a group of a lot of zebras and here is a cat hunting, let's say whatever predator is coming. When there are lions, you see, it kind of evolution evolved to have some arm race, of which the predator has strategies that enable them to hunt, to access them. But the prey also evolved for anti-predatory strategies that avoid, makes them less vulnerable from
I see.
being.
But also like the prey, as you said, as the predators have developed different methods of how to hunt, the preys have also developed methods of how to stay safe.
Yeah, anti-predatory strategies.
Oh,
Yeah.
The animal world is really, really fascinating when you really go in depth with them,
Yeah,
right?
it is.
You've told me you also teach wildlife conservation
Yeah,
back
yeah,
in Tanzania, right?
Yeah, I work as a tutorial assistant at the College of African Wildlife Management. Yeah.
And do you think what's the number of students like? Like, are there a lot of kids who are anticipating to do more research in this field?
A lot of them, not just as researchers, but as workers in protected areas. Like a lot of rangers in Tanzania studied at our college.
Ah, really?
Yeah.
That's phenomenal. Back in 2 months ago, when I went to check out the Milu deer in Yenchong, the ranger at the conservation camp, he has to go every morning with a specific protocol to count how many are present, how many are like in, how do I say, are any of them hurt?
Some inventory stuff.
Yeah. So he has like his binoculars, and then he's checking, and then within like one eye, he can spot how many are here, how many male, how many female, how many babies, and stuff like that, which I think is fascinating as an everyday protocol. He's like, I'm already used to it. Like, I just spot, and then I can already see like what's happening.
Yeah, it's easy to tell. Like, so you see, with strategies, I said every species has is adopted to strategies that makes them survive.
Right.
That very specific to a species. But within the species, we have some variations. For example, we saw an impala. I think it was a female. It's easy to tell because male impalas have horns and females don't have. So you can tell from observing, like, this is a male and this is a female.
But it's quite similar to some kinds of deers as well, right?
Yeah. Males will have antlers, which they
Yes.
will fold, like when they, and in mating season, they need them because they need to attract the female. And whenever you see there is a unique characteristic to a male that is unique to them and it's not to a female, it means it has something to do with courtship display.
Okay.
You know, it's expensive to be a male
Oh, in
You
like
see.
the world of...
in nature.
In nature. It's expensive
So-
to be a male in the world of nature. Tell us more.
Yeah, for example, you see impalas have male have horns, but female don't.
Yeah.
We don't expect to see an impala fighting a lion because that was not made for that.
I see.
It is to fight other males, to chase other males. So during fighting, and you see, for example, with deers, they have these antlers,
Yeah, the antlers.
and when it's not mating season, they fall off.
They fall off.
They don't need them at that time. Then they'll grow up when it's mating season again. They develop them. So you see how
Fascinating.
expensive it is to be a
Fascinating.
male.
Oh, we got a whole group of zebras. I love the view right now.
Yeah.
How pretty.
So zebras with the stripes, another theory of a possible reason for evolution to have stripes is like confusing some other enemies which are ectoparasites, which are insects, suppose the tsetse flies. So you see the primitive animals, let's say insects, mostly insects, they have compound eyes, like they won't see you, like
Yeah.
they have some
So, like-
vision, like, or range of like wavelength or colors that they can easily see. So because they don't see well, and if they come to a zebra with mixed colors of black and white, it kind of confuses them. And this is a theory that further explains the possibility of the evolution of zebras to have stripes, black and white stripes.
Lovely. Oh my god, after you mentioned this one, I really want to like go back and search about like the evolution of zebras and like maybe back in the day, who knows what like the design on their bodies would have
So
looked
if you
like.
go further, you might reach to a species that is related to us, Homo sapiens, because we all share ancestors, you see?
Oh my god.
Probably. It depends on how far you go.
Interesting, interesting. All right, this is phenomenal. I love all the different animals being shown today. And also, to our dear viewers, what do you think about our lovely background today? We have different animals each day, and today we have a
The
giraffe.
I told you the giraffe is the national game for Tanzania, right?
Is it? Yeah,
Yeah.
you told me the national.
Yeah.
Phenomenal, phenomenal. Is there like a specific, how do I say, love that the people have as well for
You see,
Giraffes?
giraffes are majestic, yeah?
majestic? They
And it
are.
reminds the nation, like, hey, be confident. But you see, the giraffe is very tall,
Yes.
so it can see, like, so if you come close to the giraffe, it will identify or notice you before you get close. So that just reminds us of being visionary, like seeing what is coming, what is, yeah?
I love
some
it.
sort of-
Yeah, we can definitely learn from like different animals and how much value they have for a nation. And as you said, the giraffe is majestic. He's tall. He walks with pride, and he can definitely like sense if there's someone coming.
Yeah, someone coming, some danger approaching.
Definitely. As we've seen earlier in our live stream, we saw lions as well, right? And you were so excited when the lions popped up.
Yeah, it's always happy to see a lion. So, do you know that lions are the only social cats?
Oh, really?
So, okay, in China you have the leopard, it's solitary. You have the leopard and tiger, they're all solitary.
Solitary, yeah.
We have some other subspecies of leopard in Tanzania that is also solitary. And many other cats are solitary, but the lion is the only cat that have evolved to a social life, and that is very like successful. Let's talk of life in a pride. You know a pride, right?
Yes.
So lions live in this group called a pride that have a certain number of males and females. Of course, females are always more than males. Yeah. And in that group, the time of stay of a male lion in a pride is very short. That means males have a very limited time to stay in a pride, because as it gets old, another coalition of male lions will come and take over the pride, the females. Yeah. So life of a lion is, a male lion, but in particular, is more about fighting from day one. So lions, just like wildebeest, have some sort of synchronized oestrus, of which females will give birth, will become receptive at more or less the same time. So they come to give birth at more or less the same time. This is useful because it helps them, like when they give birth, they can do like a communal nursing.
I see.
In a pride, it is females that go to hunt. It's not males. Males it's about protecting the territory. So females will prepare the dish. So when one mother goes hunting, the cubs can feed from either of the females.
I see.
In the pride. This is because they're actually related, because when they grow up, the cubs grow up, the female will remain in the group, and males will live with the other brothers. They will form a coalition, which will go in search of another pride somewhere. So you see, in a pride, all the females will be more or less related. Sometimes there could be some intruders, but in common, the females in a pride are closely related sisters. So the coalition will leave the pride, then go somewhere else to take over another pride of probably old or weak males.
I see.
Yeah.
Fascinating.
So males need to fight to protect these the prides and the territory, and they do that because, so if a coalition takes over a pride, they'll kill the cubs. The reason is, so I said males have a very short lifetime in a pride. So you can't wait until the mother becomes receptive again. So if you kill the cubs, you are creating a possibility of the female getting receptive again. So in that way, a male lion is assured of having a contribution to the coming generation, which is the primary purpose of being alive for animals. Like, you need to be fit, you need to survive.
Survival
of the fittest.
Survival of the fittest, ladies and gentlemen. I love how in terms of we say like the world of animals, but specifically each species has their own method.
Yeah, strategy.
It's really fascinating once you really dive deep dive into it, isn't it?
It is. It's
absolutely. All right, so we're back to a lot of our comments from our friends online. As I'm looking at the live session right now of all the animals. Oh, here we have a friend online saying, the world is a beauty to who respects its purpose.
Yeah, it is.
That's quite beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah.
And then we have another question. Oh, we have another question from a friend on YouTube called Gabriel Maingo saying, very great session. Thank you, Gabriel. Hopefully you can join in on our session with more questions in the future, and me and Tobias will hopefully be able to answer them. And then someone else is asking, how long will this migration take? I assume they've been with us online for the past 3 days, so they're wondering how long will it take?
Okay, with time?
Yes.
It's a circular migration that will take 1 year.
1 year.
So if everything is constant, they'll be at that same point, not necessarily on the same date, but in the same season. They'll be in the same place. When I was explaining the timeline, I tried to group them into months. And I say the migration starts in the southern Serengeti, where the calves are born. That happens between January and March.
In March.
The peak for calving is in February, but this can vary. It could be like late January, early March. So, and all that time, the migration will spend in that, the plains. They are called the Serengeti Plains.
Yes.
Part of it is in Ngorongoro Conservation Area, a very popular wildlife area in Tanzania, and Serengeti, which they are all connected, they are intact. So these plains are called Serengeti Plains. So it's a cycle that goes in a year. Yeah. And distance varies depending on the route that is taken, because the distribution of rainfall and these resources will not be constant every year.
Which is also one of the reasons why migrations are like happening, because of the rainfall, different climate situations in each place. It kind of changes, let's say, their grassland area to go search for somewhere that's more fresh.
Yeah, which is seasonal, and it might vary with the distribution of the patterns, not just the dates, but also the pattern. So maybe some areas didn't receive rain as expected.
Right.
So the food is not abundant there, because they can detect this. So they decide to take another route. So sometimes it may take longer, sometimes it may be a short time. Yeah.
Right. Speaking of rain, I must share this. I mean, I don't know how different cultures perceive rain, but like in the Arab cultures, we love it when it rains.
Yeah,
like when it rains, we go like, it's a time for you to do prayers, and you feel like blessings are coming, and we're washing away like all the bad memories. So I personally love it when it rains.
Yeah, for example, in my tribe, when it rains, sometimes they don't say it's raining, they say God is falling. Like it's God falling. So it's some sort of a prayer or blessing, because of course they are agriculturists, they grow.
And that's how helpful it is for the migration of animals as well. So I love it. I've always loved rain. Okay, so basically you have shared so much brilliant information with us, and thank you for answering so many of the questions that our lovely viewers have been asking. But I would like to ask, from the past 2 days, we had Professor Liu yesterday, and we had Mr. Liu from the WWF on the first day, and they've shared a lot of the collaboration projects between China and Africa continent as a whole, and how much collabs they've been doing that not only benefit one place, but like it's mutual for the whole world. So what future opportunities do you think there are for the collaboration between China and the African continent in terms of wildlife and ecological preservation?
Okay, so historically, if you are keen enough, you'll realize that the collaboration between Tanzania and China has been so much into building infrastructures that help in improving our livelihood and connectivity, business, exchanges, And with conservation, I said earlier, the case of elephant tusks, the vehicles that were given to support patrols.
Right.
But getting out of that, personally, I would like, you see, China has done a lot of work in restoration, destroyed habitats.
I see.
There has been a lot of destruction that has been done in China, and China is working so much first to recover the population of animals, which includes tigers. And for the record, I don't have numbers, but the number of tigers has increased so much. Probably more than what the current ecosystem can carry. And now the movement is to increase the number of prey to be able to cater for the need of these predators. And I know there are projects that are done to rehabilitation projects to bring back the lost forests that have of course been so successful. So in Tanzania, where the habitats are not that much distracted, the population of wildlife is not that decreased like it is here. I think with that experience with rehabilitation and the capacity to bringing back the population of threatened species like the Siberian tiger.
Siberian tiger, beautiful.
Yeah. So we have some species that are into more threats in Tanzania today. Like you see, the lion is vulnerable. The cheetah is also vulnerable. They are actually threatened with more threats associated with habitat destruction and some other effects like climate change, which is a global thing, of course. But I think we could do some expertise exchange to learn, especially on building capacity of environmentalists and conservationists in Tanzania, especially on rehabilitation. I think that will bring back the connectivity between ecosystems. Professor yesterday talked of loss of connectivity between habitats that happen in patches, yeah, which denies animals a chance to utilize different parts of the ecosystem that exist. So I think with that capacity of China in rehabilitation, that will be so useful in protecting wildlife in Tanzania, and in that way, improve the livelihood of communities in Tanzania, in Africa and Tanzania specifically, because you see a high proportion of citizens in Tanzania rely on natural resources.
Right.
And besides that, the advantage that they get from natural-based enterprises. Yeah.
I love that. And as we've said yesterday, from having you join us from Tanzania to cover this specific topic, we also had two lovely guests. It's a really nice exchange to see how, like, everything that you've shared, you sensed a sense of, like, mutual connection with it.
Yeah, yeah.
So, like, from all the projects that both of them have mentioned, you still remember them till this day. And you feel like they do show a lot of promising areas that we could improve of in the future as a whole in the world, right?
We learn from China, but also China could learn some approaches, strategies to manage wildlife resources. Despite everything else, we have been successful in protecting our wildlife. So this could be of mutual benefit to both of us.
Yes.
Yeah.
And also from the examples of what has been achieved so far, it is setting an example for, like, other nations in the world who might also be struggling with the same, let's say, ecological or wildlife issues. You can always use them as an example.
Yeah, examples, and it's always good to, like, share the capacities we have. In the end, we are going to have this, a group, a world conservationist group that together we protect the biodiversity we have on Earth today.
World Conservation Group, right? That sounds phenomenal. It really, really does sound phenomenal. So I'd like to come back to, you are studying currently in China, right? And as we've had Nathan online with us also studying, doing his PhD right now in China, how do you feel like in the future, when you do go back to Tanzania, from, like, the lessons that you've learned with your supervisor right now, with your colleagues, from, let's say, the two friends that we had online, do you feel like the future is quite promising for your field of research?
I think the future is bright, and if we keep more energy is needed, we take initiatives that will try to conserve and reduce threats to biodiversity. And with this opportunity of either of us studying in a different place, gaining some new ideas, seeing some new issues. You could, like, see threats that have happened in China, and from that you can foresee what could happen in Tanzania in the future. And so we can create mechanisms in that way to avoid the possibility of further losing and some species going extinct, or losing some important and marvelous wildlife spectacles in Africa.
Because it is beautiful in the end of the day. And as you said, a lot of tourists do go to the great African continent to experience the wildlife and the great migration. So since we are celebrating the year of China-Tanzania Tourism and Culture Year right now, I'm sure there's a lot of friends from China and all over the world who'd love to visit Tanzania and who would also love to visit the continent in general to witness the migration. So first, let's talk about witnessing the migration. What tips and advice would you give tourists and visitors who are really anticipating to go?
Okay, so actually the number of visitors that have been getting in the country has increased significantly. Actually, tourism is a very important industry in the country because tourism contributes to more than 25% of the foreign exchange earning of the country, but also it contributes more than 17% of the GDP.
Oh, I see.
That makes it fast-growing, but also a very important industry or sector for development of our country. So that being said, there are a lot of initiatives have been taken to increase the number of tourists, and that adding the market share from tourism. And because we want to conserve, so if we have more money from tourism, it means we also, like, make conservation more reasonable to the community. They say, like, we need to conserve these species because they bring in profit.
More and more people are coming. Yeah.
However, with more tourists, there are more threats that come in.
Of course.
So my advice would be, instead of focusing only on the Serengeti Mara ecosystem, I think visitors need to diversify.
Diversify.
Yeah, diversify their destinations, because you see, Tanzania is just not home to wildlife, the wildebeest migration being part with the Kenya. We also have the roof of Africa,
Yeah.
the Mount Kilimanjaro. People would come to hike, yeah, and with wildlife, probably people would come and see. We have, for example, we have like the Northern Circuit, a zone that have a lot of protected areas. We have Mkomazi National Park, Kilimanjaro National Park with the roof of Africa. We have Arusha National Park. We have, Tarangire National Park, Lake Manyara National Park, Ngorongoro Conservation Area, and Serengeti National Park. All these and some other game reserves around mark the Northern Circuit. And I think the same May, our president, Her Excellency Samia Suluhu Hassan, was featured in this documentary with this movie star from China, Jindong.
Yes.
They made this documentary which was named Amazing Tanzania. And in that documentary, the president of Tanzania, Samia Suluhu Hassan, and the Zanzibar president, Hussein Ali Mwinyi, they are featured as the tour guide, the guides.
Wow.
And Jindong is the client. And that movie aimed to showcase the various destinations that are in Tanzania, including the popular Zanzibar beaches. Yeah?
Zanzibar beaches.
Yeah, so we have beach tourism as an alternative. So when people come to Tanzania, they are so welcome. It's a great opportunity for us, but it's also a chance for them to experience nature and having like breathtaking moments and landscapes that will change their days. It's good to be in new places.
It's good to also be in nature.
Yeah.
Like feel more relaxed, but also, as you said, we can check out the documentary, but we can also, you must go to check out something. You cannot just hear about it online.
That just showcases different destinations that you can be. This is just the Northern Circuit. We have some other Southern Circuit of Tanzania that it's referred to as untouched land. It has the same diversity and probably more unique than this. So there is a lot a person could do. We have, I said earlier, we have more than 120 tribes. Someone would get into cultural tourism. We have a lot of tribes, although the Maasai are the most popular because of the way they've preserved their culture. We have some other tribes, like we have a tribe called Hadza. They are hunters, and they still live that life.
Really?
And they are given a chance to hunt some certain species in area where they inhabit. So there is a lot of opportunities available for tourists coming to Tanzania to enjoy and make their moments memorable.
Absolutely, wow. After you mentioned so many places, even I can't wait for my visit next time.
You're so welcome. I'll be your guide.
You'll be my guide. They'll be excellent. I love it. I'm always open to looking at or going to new places because I feel like it's like the best method to learn.
Yeah.
I feel like you can read about stuff in books, but actually going there to witness it,
you
it's
learn,
going to be
but
life-changing.
you also be more connected when you are there
yeah.
physically. Yes.
Absolutely. But you've spoken about the documentary, which is like a joint, initiative for people to get to know more about your
Tanzania,
homeland and also from, to boost the friendship between China and the people from Tanzania. But I've also known there's one aspect of friendship between China and Tanzania that has been growing very strong since the 60s, which is the medical teams that have been going to Tanzania since 1968. So I think those medical teams have been, it's 1968, it's been almost like 50 to 60 years happening. But right now, are the medical teams still happening?
Yeah, and I think for the celebration of 60th anniversary of this diplomatic collaboration, there was this naval ship that came to the port of Tanzania, Dar es Salaam, which together with the military, that from Tanzania, Mozambique, and China, there were also experts that came there and
Experts, that's wonderful. I love that in terms of tourism, in terms of connecting with each other through Belt and Road Initiative, but also through the medical teams. That has been something that's been happening since the 60s. I find it fascinating that this kind of friendship is still going on. So as a last question for Tobias today, let's split it into two parts. You have already shared many wonderful aspects of Tanzania that we can visit and enjoy. But for example, if I'm asking you to give me an itinerary of how I would spend, let's say, is a week enough?
How long do you need? It depends.
It depends. So like, let's say if you give me like an itinerary for a week in Tanzania or in the continent in general, how would that go? What would be like on top of your list for me to visit and for, I'm sure, our viewers from all over the world who have never been to Tanzania?
Can I take the wildebeest migration out of you?
Can I take the...
Should I keep it like not in the itinerary?
Oh, the wildebeest migration? I would love to watch it specifically now. Oh my God, new species. This is my
these are
first time
lions.
looking at it.
These are female lions.
Lionesses.
So I told you of the differences that exist between males and females. So with lions, you see, males have these mans, female don't.
Oh, this is previous. Oh my God, it's phenomenal. It's phenomenal.
Yeah.
I love it. Okay, so you said you're going to take the migration out of my itinerary?
I asked you, like, in the itinerary,
Do
you need migration to be part? Like, do you want it, or can we keep it away?
Oh, so you're basically telling me there is even more exciting things to do, even more than witnessing the migration.
This is very nice, but I just wanted to, like, in that itinerary,
Okay,
is it compulsory?
It's
in
not
your-
compulsory
in your
as our
package?
CGTN lovely team is already covering the live view of the migration. All right, sure. Give me an itinerary without the migration.
So suppose you want to spend 7 days or 7 a week. So you'll arrive at Kilimanjaro International Airport. Suppose that's Friday evening.
Oh, wow. He's even making the itinerary based on days. Okay, Friday evening, we landed in Tanzania
And before landing, you've already seen the roof of Africa from
the flight.
Yeah, you've seen it, and you want to be there, right? So from Saturday, maybe you need some little rest, and on Sunday you start hiking to the roof of Africa. And because you're energetic and young,
Thank you.
you'll need 5 days, let's say.
I'll need 5 days because I'm energetic and young?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's a long hike,
I see.
of which you'll need to pass through some forest, some montane forests, some grasslands, and some deserts.
I'm so sorry.
hill.
Something is happening right now. What is happening?
So that's a female lion with a kill of a zebra, right?
Are we saying goodbye to the zebra right now? Is that what's happening?
Do you think nature is not fair?
Oh no, poor zebra. But I mean,
So you see, I said earlier, like in a pride, the female lions are the ones hunting. You remember?
oh, this footage is phenomenal. Oh, they are hunting.
So females hunt,
Okay.
like they make the dish, but male will come to eat. So nature has allowed that. So because there is some distribution of roles
Distribution of
between
roles,
the
I
sex,
see.
Males actually protect the pride. So female agree with that, because if the male won't protect this pride and another coalition of males comes in and take them off, they will kill the cubs. So it's okay that we prepare the dish and the cubs and the fathers are going to take part in the food. So this one is very important. So, and staying in this group, it's very important because the cubs also learn some strategies like hunting, like what do we hunt?
What do we hunt?
Yeah, so you see, it's not common. You see, cubs are here.
A little one. A little one.
Yeah, that's a cub.
A little cub. Oh. Is he also feasting? that what's
eating.
happening?
So I said earlier, this one is very important because cubs need to learn like what food do we eat, what prey do we prefer.
I see.
So animals, especially predators, they will try to hunt prey that minimize expenditure of energy. So that's why lions don't go for gazelles. That's not a preferred prey for them because they will need to run a very long distance, probably, to catch them. And because they live in a pride, a gazelle is very small to feed all the pride. So lions will hunt a wildebeest, a zebra,
I see.
or buffalo, and some other that-sized animals. Because first, they are easy to catch, but also that will satisfy the pride. Because you see, one female lion is hunting, then
see.
cubs come in, and some other lions come in too. Could
the
be males.
The lions might be on their way right now, right?
Yeah.
I
The dish
see.
is usually shared in the pride. Yeah.
Shared. Oh, I see what's happening. Was there more than one cub, or did I just...
Yeah, more than
More
one.
than one, right?
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are witnessing more than one cub. Oh no. Okay, this is happening right now. Okay, so I must go back to my itinerary because you said you want to take out the migration. After witnessing this right now, I don't think you can take out the migration.
Okay.
So how
we
many,
have
how
the
many days do we
migration.
have?
So you'll have more than those days. So you have 5 days to
I have
Mount
5
Kilimanjaro.
days.
Go and return.
Okay.
5 days.
5 days.
I've minimized to the minimum number. Yeah, because I said earlier you are young and energetic. So coming back, you'll go to the Serengeti.
The Serengeti.
Yeah, to observe the Great Migration. So because you can't go to the Serengeti without passing to Ngorongoro Conservation Area, so the 6th day, you'll get to the Ngorongoro, then you'll go to the crater. Yeah, this is actually a caldera, and among few caldera on Earth that has life in them. So the life in the crater is just similar to Serengeti because it's a grassland. So you might have the same species, the lions, the hyenas, the gazelles, elephants, all those species. Then going out of the crater, you'll head to Serengeti, where you're going to have the other night. That will be the 7th day, right? Then on your 8th day, maybe you will need to go through the Serengeti ecosystem. Depending on the position of the migratory route, maybe it will be easy to see them, or maybe it will be hard, depending on where they are. Okay. So, and this is not shopping. You don't know where everything is. So it's like, if you're lucky, you'll spend a few days and see a lot of like animals.
Yeah.
Then maybe on the 9th or 10th day, you move back, going to Kilimanjaro International Airport. Then you take your plane to Zanzibar.
To Zanzibar.
Yeah, you've had hard time to the mountain and you've been in the bush. Now you need to be in the beach. Yeah?
Oh, okay.
And have some swimming before leaving on your 12th or 13th day back to China.
I love it. Ladies and gentlemen, he has just given us a perfection itinerary.
Yeah.
It would have been shorter without the Great Migration happening, but I mean, as we've witnessed miracles happening, it must be added
after
in.
Kilimanjaro National Park, maybe you won't need to go to the Serengeti. You'll go to this other ecosystem. It's called Tarangire ecosystem. It is very close to Arusha. Arusha is very close to Kilimanjaro International Airport. So you just need a game drive or 2 days to visit both. Lake Manyara National Park, which is popularly known as the home of tree climbing lions.
Oh.
Then you'll go to Tarangire National Park, which is popularly known as the paradise of elephants, because it has the highest density of elephants.
Really?
Yeah, so
wow.
you see the elephants, and you'll have seen the mountain climbing lions in Lake Manyara National Park. So then you'll go back to Arusha and then Zanzibar. For that, you can spend only 7 days. Then you're back home, back to your studio.
Then after this entire full and very energetic itinerary Tobias gave us right now, I'll be back in the studio, as he said. All right, wonderful. I think there are 1 or 2 comments that we have received. Let's see. Okay. Oh, thank you so much, Sunil, on Facebook, saying a good program that enhances our idea and knowledge on the path to harmony between man and nature. I think,
great.
well, looking at the migration as a whole, it really is a great example of how, because of the coexistence, harmonious coexistence between man and nature, is how we have the road open for the animals to migrate safely, isn't it?
Yeah, so actually this harmonious coexistence is what will keep these animals safe. Because we'll have less pressure from humans, yeah? So with less pressure from humans, there is less threats to biodiversity. So this will keep on, like, it will be sustainable. We are sure that the next generation will see this. So the previous generation protected this. That's why we see it today. So it is upon us to take a role in protecting this important biodiversity and nature.
Thank you so much. As Tobias has said, the reason we are having such a beautiful wildlife in our globe right now is because of previous generations helping preserve it. And right now it is on us, the duty of this generation, to keep preserving it, to keep putting in more efforts to protect this wildlife, because we have the duty to keep it going further and further for future generations as well. Tobias, you've been with us for 3 days. We are wrapping up now. How does it feel?
It has been great being in Beijing, and it's sad that I need to head back. Yeah, I hope in the future I can get this chance again.
And
so probably it's your turn. You come to Tanzania.
It's my turn to come to Tanzania.
Yeah.
I'll go there, and I'm sure you're going to show me all the different aspects, even more information shared with us online.
Yeah.
Well, guys, we are wrapping up our Beijing video. It has been a phenomenal 3 days. I feel like I've learned so much from all our different guests and from Tobias. And thank you so much from our guests from the first and second episode, as well as to Nathan for joining us. It has been a spectacular talk. And as Tobias, as Professor Liu, and as Mr. Liu Song said in our first episode, and as Nathan shared, it is a duty for all humans of this generation to keep preserving the ecological situation and the environment, just so the future generations can also enjoy it as we are enjoying it right now. This is the Beijing studio saying goodbye to you, but please stay tuned to all our digital platforms of CGTN, as we will be bringing you much more of the Great Migration 2024 in the future months to come. And if you do have any questions regarding the Great Migration, please do keep leaving a comment on our official platform so we can get back to you as soon as possible. This is Myrna and Tobias saying goodbye to you from our Beijing studio. We are sending our live back to Maasai Mara. So guys, goodbye.
Bye.
Hi, and welcome back to our continuing coverage live from the great Maasai Mara National Reserve. I am Penina Karibe, and this afternoon I have the pleasure of having with me the CEO of the Kenya Tourism Board, Madam June Chepkemei. Thank you very much for joining us, Madam June.
Thank you, Penina.
And I have just to say, just to put it into context for our viewers, the Kenya Tourism Board is the board that is tasked with marketing Kenya as a tourist destination. And Madam June, I love the tagline you have for Kenya. Magical Kenya is what you call it. So someone might wonder, why is Kenya, or what makes Kenya a unique tourism destination?
Oh yes, we are but a magical destination. This country is the only offering in the world that has one of the wonders of the world that is magical, and that is the wildebeest migration. You'll get it nowhere other than in Maasai Mara, which is a game reserve in Kenya. Beyond just the wildebeest migration, we have amazing parks and reserves that will give you the 9 big 5, which are basically the wildlife in their natural habitat that you would never see it anywhere. It's not a zoo, it's nature.
Yeah.
You interact with nature. We also have the longest and the cleanest beach in the continent of Africa within our coastal area. The reason we are magical is that the adventure that you can have in the Rift Valley can never be matched. Yes, we are magical because we are magical people with the great culture and great energy. And I could go on and on because we have offerings as a country that you can never find anywhere in the world.
Okay, so let's zero it now to where we are.
Yes.
The what you call one of the greatest spectacles in the natural world, the Great Migration. What is the importance of the Mara to Kenya's tourism?
Maasai Mara is in a bucket list of a majority of the travelers or tourists, or those who aspire to experience the greatest natural phenomenon. And for us, it's the port at which we send people to the different experiences within Kenya. So they start here and they experience the different offerings that we have as a country. And it stands out because it is not just about the wildebeest migration, it's about its economic contribution to the country, it's about its cultural contribution to who we are as a people, and also how the community is able to really coexist with wildlife. So for us, it's so unique, and we are proud to be a host of Mara.
Right. So what are the challenges that you face in the tourism sector, and how are you as the Kenya Tourism Board addressing those challenges?
Oh yes, Penina, we are considered as a long-haul destination because we are
What
very
does that
far.
mean, long-haul destination?
We are far from really the rest of the world, depending on where you are coming from. So people look at it as far. That's the greatest challenge, but it's a worth travel for you to experience. And therefore, you find visitors going to neighbors in their different countries. Let's take, for example, China. You find the amazing people of China probably preferring to go next door, which is Thailand and the rest. So that is a challenge for us because they see us as a long-haul destination. But how we are overcoming that is that you're telling them that yes, we have something unique that is worth the travel. We also are faced with challenges of different conservation policies that different countries have. For example, in Kenya, we are focused on taking care of wildlife. We are committed. That may not be the case given that wildlife do not have boundaries.
Right.
Beyond that, we've in the world.
Right.
We are just next to the amazing river Mara,
Right.
and we have seen it change over time because of climate change. But as a matter of policy, our president has made it mandatory for us to conserve the ecosystem, and every single week we are planting trees.
Every single week?
Every single week we are planting trees. And we even have a new initiative, Penina, that we call it One Tourist, One Tree. So whenever a tourist comes to the country, we give them a chance to plant a tree so that we can all fight the effect of climate change.
That's incredible. I like that. One tourist, one tree. Please put that in mind. When you come here, you plant a tree. Perhaps we should extend it further and give them names so that people can feel attached to that tree.
You have an opportunity of naming your tree, and we can even link it to GPS and technology. So wherever you are, you can trace the growth of your tree.
Really?
Yes.
Oh,
so you have a reason to be here.
That's incredible.
Yes.
And I love that, the magical Kenya thing, because just as you were talking, there was the hippos behind you that were just grunting. So just to make people understand what the noises are. As she said, we're right to the Mara River and there's some hippos, so they once in a while keep making these noises. So Madam June, I'm sure all of the things that you're telling us would make somebody aspire to want to come here, especially for those who haven't been. So what are some of the initiatives for you as KTB are looking at to grow visitors' numbers into Kenya?
So we want to tell the story of Kenya more through partnerships, through collaborations, and just working with like-minded stakeholders to really tell the story of magical Kenya in a manner that different people in the world are able to consume and understand and appreciate the destination. Beyond that, we are leveraging the bilateral relationship that our country has, for example, with the amazing people of China, to really see how we can tell our story and help them access destination Kenya. We are happy that there is now a new airline that will be really coming direct from Asia to Kenya. Those are some of the ways of ensuring that we make it possible for people to connect to the destination.
Okay, and yesterday we had the privilege of having the Cabinet Secretary for Tourism and Wildlife, and she said that Kenya is also looking to attract more visitors from different source markets. You as the Kenya Tourism Board, I know you're focused on growing the number of Chinese tourists to, I think, about 150,000 annually, if I'm not wrong. What are some of the strategies employing to grow those Chinese numbers?
First of all, we must acknowledge that our growth market, the largest growth market that has gone beyond 100% growth, is China.
Wow.
Yes. We are seeing more Chinese coming to Kenya, not just to visit, but we are seeing them coming to live here. We're seeing them coming to invest here. We are seeing them coming to just engage with people and enjoy our culture. So we have set a specific team dedicated to China.
Okay.
Yes, and this team is working with our Chinese counterpart, the tours and travel agents in China, the airline, the embassies, to just help us connect with the governments, the specific provinces. For example, we have a great relationship with Hunan province.
Oh,
yes, just to make sure that we are continuously helping our people to discover what is outside our boundaries. And it vice versa. We send them to China and we bring Chinese to Kenya.
You know, when you say that, you remind me of something that the Chinese government likes to do a lot. It talks about people-to-people exchanges and cultural exchanges. And I know one of the platforms for that is a summit that happens called the Forum on China-Africa Cooperation Focus. Happening this year in, are you looking at that as a launchpad to promote tourism here in Kenya?
Penina, we are. And we are in talk with your media house to see how we can even partner in that forum with regards to content and what it is that we can speak to out there. But remember, it is a country-to-country relationship. It's a platform that then leverages on the bilateral relationships. And I must confirm that subsequent FOCAC meetings have resulted in more Chinese investors building many hotels in this country. One of the newest facility that I would not mention
Right.
is actually developed by a Chinese investor as a result of that FOCAC. So we are seeing more Chinese coming to do business in Kenya as a result of FOCAC. We are seeing more investment in the hospitality sector by the Chinese people themselves. And most importantly, we are seeing those tourism exchange between the two countries bearing fruits. Going into the future, we want to accelerate that.
Okay, let's talk about the role of technology. How are you leveraging that when it comes to boosting Kenya's tourism? Yeah.
Technology is helping us, first of all, communicate through our digital platforms, but we also was able to have a platform between the Hunan province and Kenya Tourism Board that can allow us to communicate. We notice that these days the young Chinese are more adventurous. They want to come to the country to film. They want to come to the country to engage, to enjoy the adventure, and they travel in groups. So we are leveraging that platform to then allow them to post. Whoever wants to travel to Kenya, they post in that group and say, I will be traveling to Kenya in this and this day. Sort of smaller, younger Chinese to be able to come to Kenya and meet the people of Kenya, the young people of Kenya, and have cultural exchanges.
Okay, so we know that in a region where is thriving. We have countries such as Tanzania, countries such as South Africa, which offer stiff competition to Kenya. How is KTB leveraging Kenya so that it can be more?
Listen, Penina, branding is proven to be a fantastic way of pushing us. For the longest time, if you read the history of Kenya and its relationship with its neighbors, we are the big brand. Embrace our neighbors, and so we see them more as collaborators other than competitors. And we are agreeing that if there's a unique offering that our neighbors have that we don't have, we will still help them market that. So we're able to tell them that, listen, when you come to Kenya, please also visit Tanzania, also visit Uganda, also visit Rwanda, because we want to position Africa as a destination. And there's nothing that's a tourist from enjoying Mara and crossing over. Beyond that, we notice that the African Continental Free Trade Area, which is ACFTFA, is giving us an access to 1.3 billion people in the continent. So we shall continue to work together. We shall continue to run joint marketing campaigns. But of course, as a country, we say that this is where the thrill is, this is where the energy is. So you cannot afford not to be in Kenya if you're in Africa.
You know what I love to say about Kenya, and I love how you call it magical Kenya, is because there's always something known, something magical known about Kenya. You talk about the athletes, they're from Kenya, you know. You talk about the Big Five, they're from Kenya. But I wonder, Madam June, if there are other things, little known things here in Kenya, value that a visitor could fly, for example, all the way from China to come and see. And we could call them perhaps undiscovered things in Kenya.
We have amazing hidden gems. Starting from just the people, right? We keep saying that as a country, we are a country of over 50 million smiles. It's a hidden gem. Just the people, just the culture. We have the crying stones of Kakamega.
Why are they called the crying stones?
Because when you get there, you feel the energy, you feel the great sounds, the amazing sounds.
Okay.
We have a space in Machakos that has divided the gravity, that when you go there, you see the water going up against the law of gravity. We have the amazing people of Taita and their culture.
Taita is, just to put it into context, near the coastal region of Kenya.
Yes. We have our greatest runners who are in Iten, where when you land there, you're able to sit with Kipchoge, dine with Faith, run with Mora. They are within Kenya and in the Rift Valley. If you look at the landscape as you're driving to Mara, there's a viewpoint that when you just stand, you just experience.
It's breathtaking.
The landscape that bikers are beginning to enjoy. We have hikers who go up the mountain of Kenya. We are now beginning to see desert safari in the northern part of Kenya taking shape. There are places that you can fly fish in this great country. We have yoga at the coast. We have a lot more hidden gems to offer. If you go to Kakamega Forest, it's the only forest in Africa with different species of birds, and it is natural, it's tropical. So it's not just about wildlife and safari. We have much more as a
And
country.
I would love to add on to that list just a question to pose. Is Mount Kenya counted as one of those climbing up Mount Kenya or not?
Climbing Mount Kenya,
Yes.
it is the highest mountain in the continent, and therefore you're in a country that does not experience winter.
Aha.
By the way, this is our weather all year round. Nothing changes. We are always like this.
Yeah. Okay, so as we come to the close, and this is going to be a really difficult question, I would imagine, for you. Being the CEO of the body that is tasked with marketing Kenya when it comes to tourism, what would you say is the most breathtaking thing you have seen in Kenya, personally, as June?
Everything is magical. I'll tell you, everything about Kenya is magical. But if I was to pick one,
Right.
I'll pick the amazing people of Kenya.
Oh, what did you call them? The smiles? The 50?
The over 50 million smiles.
The over 50 million smiles and the beautiful culture. It's interesting. I loved how you brought the Taita people, for example, and you talked about, the rich cultural heritage they have. There's a lot of people out there only know the Maasai. That's the only tribe that is known. But thank you for mentioning that there are other people that also add value to Kenya's cultural heritage.
Correct, yeah.
And that people can come to see.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Madun.
You're welcome.
We truly hope
Yes.
that we have more people coming to enjoy the hospitality of Kenya, enjoy the wonderful nature that Kenya has to share with these people, the experiences. Thank you for your time.
Great.
Asante sana, as we say in
Thank you.
Kenya.
I hope your viewers will find an opportunity to meet a Kenyan.
I'm sure they will.
Thank
Thank you very much. We've been speaking to the CEO of the Kenya Tourism Board, Madam June Chepkemei. Thank you very much for your time. And so for now, I'm going to hand you back to our team in Beijing.
Welcome back. That was a very insightful conversation between Penina Karibe and the CEO of Kenya Tourism Board. But we want to expand. Promised to bring you very insightful analysis from another brilliant mind, and that is in the person of the Director General of the Kenya Wildlife Service, Dr. Erastus Kanga. We have the privilege to have him on our set, and as we just expand on this conversation of wildlife conservation and protection, we just want to also look at the collaborations that exist, of course, between the Kenya Wildlife Service, the country as the service that leads the country's efforts towards wildlife conservation and protection, and of course with other partners both within and without. Karibu. Thank you, Sana, for
Thank you.
joining us on set.
Good. Thank you, Jerry.
So we have met you before. It's been a pleasure to have you on such discussions. But I just want, before we get into the collaboration aspect, you have been involved in wildlife conservation for quite a part of your life. So even as we just begin, just introduce yourself and just tell me how long you have been in the work of, animal and wildlife conservation.
Thank you, Jerry. My journey with wildlife conservation started from the village, from when I was young, in the 70s, when we were young guys. And then it solidified in 2000. I joined the Kenya Wildlife Service, and I've been having a career of 24 years of active service. And that career has culminated into my appointment as the Director General of the Kenya Wildlife Service. And looking back, I can only see the service as a privilege, not just to serve my people in Kenya, but to serve the world in terms of ensuring that we are able to conserve the assembly of wildlife, the diversity of the indigenous species that are in this country. One of the most dramatic things that I would want the world to know is that I am a specialist in hippopotamus conservation. Yes, I spent 4 years doing research on this Mara River, on the hippos that are actually at my background, and I was trying to assess wildlife management entities, understand how livestock and the grazers can be able to coexist. One of the fundamental things that I was able to discover was that the hippopotamus are ecosystem engineers. They are able, in the course of their grazing, to cut grass into low, medium, and high, and all the other species are able to align up there and feed at various levels, including livestock. And that was actually game-changing in the sense that you can have what we call mixed feeding systems. Yes.
Thank you so much. And I remember in the first 2 days of this live streaming that we have been having social media platforms and our website, we had mentioned that we are right on the banks of the Mara River, which is deep inside the Maasai Mara National Reserve in Narok County. And we had mentioned earlier as well that we have resident hippopotamus herds right behind us, and you will once in a while during this interview continue hearing the grunts of the hippos as they just lay there and wait for nighttime so that they can leave the water to go into the grazing fields to get some food. And they live very, very calmly with the vicious crocodiles. They seem to have an understanding that enables them to in close quarters with each other, both formidable, but they find a way of existing together. So back to you, sir. The Kenya Wildlife Service, what is the service's mandate here in Kenya?
Our mandate, Jerry, is to conserve, protect, and manage wildlife across the entire. Privileged with my team of professionals that are very highly dedicated to directly manage 8.2% of this country in terms of national parks, national reserves, the sanctuaries, and the marine reserves and marine national parks. Then on top of that, we have been able to engage the communities, and the communities have set aside another 12.8% in terms of community conservancies and private conservancies. So cumulatively, this country has set aside more than 20% of the country's landmass specifically dedicated for wildlife land use. That gives KWS a huge mandate because we are the drivers of the conservation country. We love partnerships, we love collaborations, and we are taking the country into a higher level of ensuring that we have the right system with the local communities, and we are providing the product that the tourists are coming to see this country. Jerry, don't be surprised that 75% of the visitors who come to this country, they come for a safari. And the safari is synonymous to wildlife viewing. So the mandate of WS puts us squarely into the economic growth of this country. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doctor. And I'm going to still expound this conversation to the national spectrum. But before I do that, I want to now just narrow down to the Maasai Mara where we are right now. What is this ecosystem's value to the country and also to the people that to visit it?
Good, Jerry. Maasai Mara is a unique place in the history and the economic dynamics of this country. One is that the Mara is a driver of the tourism. The Mara is the one that beckons the visitors in this country. Then when the visitors come in, we have what we call the spillover effect. You have people in the transport industry, you have the tour operators. You have the people that are running the aircraft in this country. You have the hotel operators. You have the tour guides. You have the communities that are getting income. And that spillover effect gets across the entire country. So Mara is at the nerve center of growing the tourism economy in this country, and we are privileged to have a working governor. We are privileged to have a management here that has tried and has actually come of age and grown the product here to the acceptance of the tourists. So for us, Mara is where you start, and then you visit all the other sites in this country. In terms of importance, number one, in terms of our tourism. In terms of attracting good research in wildlife, Mara becomes number one. So it is, I cannot overemphasize, Mara is the place to be.
And you yourself also conducted your research on hippos, as you have mentioned there. But every year, for 3 to 4 months, the Mara plays in and antelopes that are migrating from, the neighboring country, Tanzania's Serengeti National Park, and they roam here, feed on our grass before moving back to Tanzania's Serengeti National Park. And this has come to be known as one of the 7 wonders of the natural world, the Great Migration. And that is what we have been covering here, just trying to bring you every insight on the Great Migration 2024, following the animals, and of course giving you a peek into life in the wild, just covering all the other animals as well that are residents of the Maasai Mara National Reserve. But now to the migration, how important is it to this?
Background of science, the world-based migration is the best ecological phenomena that you can witness anywhere in this world here. Number one, the world in space and time, and their food is it's a wet savanna. So by the time we get to May, June, July, you have tall grass here. So the wild beast would move all the way from Serengeti, and on their way, they are followed by the zebras, gazelles, they are followed by the grand gazelles. Then follows the predators. So it is a dynamic web of interdependence. By the time they get to Maasai Mara, they cut this that you're seeing here completely. All the other species arrange themselves and feed at the level that they are able to feed. And the predators come in. They take what they can be able to take. So the balance of this system of the world beast from Tanzania to Kenya and into Maasai Mara. Maasai Mara is the climax of the movement. This is the theater where you really see the dynamism of the place and the predators. Yeah.
And as you mentioned earlier, you are responsible for about 20%, not some light responsibilities that has been placed on your shoulder and on the shoulders of the South. I would imagine would need a lot of collaborations, both within and without the country. What are some of these collaborations that KWS has put in place to just ensure that the responsibility that has been bestowed on it continues moving on without a doubt?
Jerry, number one challenge in Satom. The government conservation agenda started with the Vision 2030, and that clear or now we need to conserve our natural environment here. So our first collaborator is actually the government, the main government itself here. The current government has a very clear, better initiative that the environment So we start with the restoration of our habitats, we start with planting trees, and then we move into the other national space. We have quite a number of entities, partners in this country, the cutting edge side in wildlife conservation. Moving into technology that cuts across east and west and the north, then you move into the communities. We do a lot of collaborations with the community to sustain the 12.8 of the land protected areas to ensure that we can grow and we make sure that they thrive in times and space. So collaboration is a key thing, and we welcome all partners across to come and work with us, to come and for our great-grandchildren who are coming after us. They should conservation functioning. That is the cornerstone of our mandate.
Yes, and I would imagine even with collaborations, there is a lot of, learning from each other. And Kenya has, for a very long time, beacon of hope in terms of restoration of animal populations, conservation of, helping other countries take a leaf or two from what the country has done. What are some of these ways that other countries, might want to learn from Kenya in their own ways of protecting wildlife?
Basically, Kenya has been a leader in wildlife conservation, and we collaborate a lot with other entities, internally and externally. One area that we have clearly excelled in is in the recovery of our endangered species. We have developed species-specific action plans. We have been able, over the last 30 years, population from a mere 16,000, and now we are boasting of more than 36,000 elephants in this country. We have been able to recover our rhino population from a mere 300 in the last 30 years. Now we are boasting of more than 2,000 rhinos in this country. The lion populations in this country, we are seeing it growing, and we are boasting of more than 2,400 lions that are passing this landscape. This cannot be possible without the collaborations and the partnership that we have created over time, and the technology that we've been able to benefit from our partners all over.
Yes, and as I was mentioning earlier at the beginning of this live stream, the local guides here have a very interesting lingo just to identify the animals as they are moving around during safaris and offering guide services for the tourists that visit the Maasai Mara National Reserve. And I mentioned earlier that, for instance, the lion is commonly known here locally as Kichwa because of its beautiful mane and the powerful and very vibrant hair that it has on the face. And he has mentioned elephants and rhinos. The elephants here in the local lingo here used by the guides is known as masikio, which translates loosely to ears. So with their big ears, which also act as fans for the elephants during high temperatures, that is what they have come to be identified with. And for the rhinos, because of the horns that are standing tall beautifully right in front of their eyes, they are called pembe, which translates to horn. So these are some of the things that I also just want to talk about. There needs to be a very strong collaboration between the service and these local guides and the people that operate the park basis, because they also play a very important part in terms of animal conservation and also just holding down this ecosystem as it is. How important is it then to ensure that KWS continues to with the local guides here?
Thank you. Tour operators are one of our first line of defense, especially when it comes to looking at the welfare of the wildlife that are in the protected species, including the conservancies. The Kenya we speak with, we talk with on a weekly basis. We have the tour guide associations that are able to reach to us, and we are able to handle and tackle any things of daily basis. Actually, KWS has been a huge trainer of the tour guides. All the tour guides that are in the landscape of Kenya, they pass through the hands of KWS officers. How to handle our visitors, but above all, how to report back to us if they see anything that is happening in the protected landscapes and on our animals here. Yes.
And the noises that you hear right behind us, we have a very beautiful backdrop of the river, and along the river we can see hippopotamus herds, and we can also see some giant crocodiles there. And there are some noises that you also hear which are very distinct, and those are from the Egyptian geese, and we have talked about them quite a lot in our broadcast and even in broadcast. But I just want to also just give you a peek into what other things the Mara offers in terms of even just the birds. In the Mara you find Africa's largest eagle, which is the Marshall eagle. We have had a chance before to witness the Marshall eagle during a hunt. It wasn't successful for us, probably. That might have been something that was disappointing to see, but it was something that is magnificent. One of the largest birds in the world, being here in the Mara, the largest eagle, the Marshall eagle, which is the largest eagle in Africa. We had a chance to see that. And these are some of the things to see in the Mara. More than 100 different species of mammals and birds. You see a lot of animals on land, and you also see other animals in the water. And we have engagements even with some of our guides here and the people that we have spoken to before, and they say even beneath the water there are that we cannot see. And that just speaks to the richness of the Maasai Mara. So how important is it then to ensure that we get it right for future generations?
For the future generations, not just for the Mara, key priorities, Jerry, that is a service we are setting. Number one is that we are in the forefront of mitigating the impact of climate change. Climate change is our threat number one. We need to mitigate climate change and ensure that our landscapes are remaining friendly to the thriving wildlife species, and to ensure that the generations that are coming, the visitors that are coming, are seeing what you are calling healthy habitats and healthy wildlife. Number two, what we are doing, Jerry, is that we are doing a lot of coexistence and partnership programs with our communities. Because if you look at the movement of the wild beasts are moving the boundary of the protected national reserves. So we need the buy-ins from the communities to ensure that we establish what we call community conservancies. We are driving benefit sharing, that those particular community members that are in their space and harmoniously coexist with them. Then finally, we have a serious agenda of growing a thriving wildlife population and ecologically sound habitats to keep on growing. Integrity is kept in shape, and that is particularly driving us to ensuring that the threatened areas, the endangered species, we keep them in.
So much to learn from you. I'm so proud to have had a chance to pick your brain. We would have sat for even longer if time had allowed us, but remember, we have been with you, giving you various insights from Dr. Erastus Kanga, who is the Director General of the Kenya Wildlife. And Nina Karibe, my colleague, sat down with a junior CEO of Kenya Tourism Board as we just tried to attend this conversation that we have been having on wildlife conservation, animal protection, and of course the collaborations that are required to just ensure success in this quest. Of course, you have Friday that we brought the life in the wild. We hope you have had a chance to enjoy everything that we have been streaming for you from wherever part of the world you have been watching us across the different social media platforms. We have had a chance to plant our cameras across different locations across the park to try and bring you as many animal features as we possibly could from this national reserve. And remember, time here has coincided with the Great Migration 2024, and this is the involved, including wildebeests, zebras, and impalas migrate all the way from Tanzania Serengeti National Park, which neighbors the Maasai Mara National Reserve here in Narok County, and the animals stay here for about 3 to 4 months, grazing on the lush savanna grass that will have been protected here by the KWS team, and of course the here before returning to the Serengeti National Park. And this migration cycle itself has been captured very vastly with, by the Kenyan authorities here. They have been able to identify the behavioral patterns of the, for instance, wildebeest national reserve. They met here in the Maasai Mara National Reserve before calving in the Serengeti National Park, and then bringing the calves again into the Mara in a continuous cycle that goes all year round. I have been your host, Jerry Owili, and together with the CGTN Africa crew, we have been based here for the past 3 days to bring you this great phenomenon that has been included as one of the 7 wonders of the world to capture the Great Migration 2024. You have had a great time with us, and we do hope you are able to have learned something from the discussions that we have had. Remember, we have had just now Dr. Erastus Kanga, who is the DG Kenya W. We have earlier had June Chepkemoi, who is the CEO of Kenya Tourism Board. We also had a chance to speak to the Narok Governor, Patrick Olentutu, yesterday, as well as the Cabinet Secretary for Tourism and Wildlife, that is Miss Rebecca Miano. Before that, we also had a chance to speak to the Maasai Mara National Reserve Chief Warden, just for insights, and we do hope you learned something from this. So we are going to leave you again with our cameras as you continue enjoying the Mara one last time. We hope you can catch more animals. We have the lions here, we have the cheetahs here, we have the elephants, we have the zebras, and an array of other animals across this vast park. Our cameras are planted in different locations, and we hope you enjoy the period that our cameras are going to be streaming this live on your platforms. For now, bye-bye.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Jenny. Good.
Kitro. Anasema twende Sand River huko. Sand River. Let's go. Nyuma yake kuna crocodile inatoshangaa na boss. Museum. show me the scene. Yeah. Yes. Yes.